Hi. Congratulations, Jade, for getting the first redeem. Congrats. And hello, artist. I hope you got your nose ring back in. I hope that went well for you. And that it's all worked out, hopefully, possibly. And you don't have to suffer. Let me plug in my controller. If you can't see it at the bottom here, the bottom there. What's that? That's right, speedrun timer. I'm a professional now, guys. All right, the achievement is for under 5 hours and we're right at 3 hours. So, guys, 2 hours is our time limit right now. I believe we got this. I believe we can do this. You're still in a mince pit. Oh no, Normie. Your poor nose. Poor Normie. Why is my timer not starting? Wait a minute. Here we go. Get up, little guy. Run. We're currently fighting the Watchers. And we're doing our best. We're doing our absolute best here. Leave me alone! Haha, can't get me. Oh wait, I want to send it back down, just in case. I mean, just in case, nothing. Because we're not gonna die. Obviously. Alright, now I don't have to deal with that. Come on. Oh, hang on. We got this. Woo! Whoa, it's doing the same attack again and again? I tried getting away! Woo! Oh shit, I ran into him! No, he's cheating! Okay. No, he's cheating! Ooh. Okay. Okay, it's fine. We're good. This is the hardest part. This is the hardest part about the speedrun right here, right now. We're good. The timer going up menacingly is fine. Everything's fine. Let me know how the sounds are, by the way. Hi, Deltora. Hi, Stinky. Hi. We got this. What? No! Oh, okay. We almost lost time there, but we didn't. We're good. Everything's fine. Speedrunning is really tense. Wrong way! I know! I tried! They don't... What? He's bouncing. Whoa. No. I got one. No. Dang. Why you wanna bully me? Deltora, so mean. Why does he want to bully me? For you. I hope you're doing good. No knife. No knife for Deltora. Quick. Normie, get his knife. Get his knife, Normie. Get it. Get it. I believe in you. You're strong. He can't say no to you. You're too cute. We speed running. That didn't work. Miss me. Oh, I tried to get under him. He knocked me out. Whoa, they did double bounces. They can't do that. That's illegal. Oh my goodness. Whoa. Whoa. Illegal. What are they doing? What? Got it. No. I don't know what he's doing. No. No. Oh, the way went up. That is so illegal. Okay. It's fine. It's only been 5 minutes. We got this. Once we get through this, we're gonna be absolutely fine. Because Isma is not that hard. This is the hard part, guys. This is the hard part. If anyone has any advice or tips of getting through watches as quickly as possible, let me know. I've already broken the chandelier. Search for tips. You don't have to search for tips. If you just know it, that's fine. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep on trying to brute force my way. Face the right way, little ghost. Woo! I tried to dodge, but that did not work. What? Missed me. Oh, they both bounced. They're both bouncing! I should have pogoed. Whoa! I didn't realize he was coming. Oh, they're both bouncing. Oh no! No! Okay, that's fine. It's fine. I got resilience and I got soul catcher. How much is this? It's just one. Steady body. I need to be fast. If I was faster or stronger, it's fine. We got it. Wait, I don't have any nail arts. Saw the word nail art, don't have that. That's, hang on. That's a lot of words. I could, wait, if I pause this, does it pause? Okay. The player, once the player does the boss room triggers in the countdown, they need to watch out for the orange flies on the ceiling. The watcher knights actually fight. Wait. Players should get close to this knight as soon as they can. If they have nail art, they should get fired. The knight will spawn after about 20 to 22 seconds. However, the player manages to beat one knight before that. Two more will spawn at the same time. Instead of just one during the encounter, there will never be more than 2 knights at once. Okay. It pauses the in-game timer, but not our timer. Oh shit. I forgot I actually have that spell. Oh my god, I forgot. Sending Dark. Guys! Guys! I don't know who's who. Oh, that's not fair. I didn't realize. Shit. Shit. Come on. Whoa. Oh, that's so not fair. I'm just trying to heal. What is he doing? What are they doing? They're bouncing? Bouncing? No, 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 no. No! So close! Okay, I think we did better that time, and I think it definitely helped that I remembered that I actually have the Sending Dark, which also gives you invincibility frames. So I think that we got this and we can do this. It's gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be fine. We got this. Yes, that's right. Arson. We'll burn our enemies. I know I didn't hit it. Air wiggles. I can pause.
Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah, yeah. Do the wiggle, man.
I can pause the game, you fool. You can't impede me. I jumped too late. It's fine. Oh, it's fine. Oh, I tried to jump under him, but that didn't work. I don't know who's who. Ah! Oh, no. Heal. Got it. Whoa. Okay, it's fine. Okay, we're good. No, we're not good. We're not good. Okay, we're fine. 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 We're good. 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 Just want some extra soul before we go in. I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good strategy. All right, let's keep on going. We got this. 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 Get that soul. Yeah, we're getting that soul. Putting that back down. No bonking me. That's so mean. Okay, I didn't get away fast enough. Stop here. Oh, oh. I don't know how I dodged that. Try one target at a time, focus on a single one, and then for the falls fall. Yeah, but the thing is, I lose track of who's who. I don't know who's who. It makes it rough. Makes it hard to know who's who. Just a little guy doing their best. Thank you for the pets. I appreciate. Because they look the same. I wish there was like some way to tell who was who. We gotta do this in 2 hours. In my opinion, the Watcher Knights are actually harder than the Hollow Knight. You can't change my mind. Oh, it's too soon. Woo! Okay, I think this one is the one I... Got it. I don't know how I dodged that, but I did! Oh, that was rigged. Shit, shit. No! What the fuck? Did you guys see that? I would have been fine, but he backed up. All right, a trifecta. The crystal heart to get away fast. It charges up. Crystal heart is... Latch onto the wall and charge to the... Oh. You guys want kisses? You want kisses? Hang on. Hang on. Let me pause the timer for the kisses. Not for Deltra. Just think everyone else gets kisses except for Deltra. Everyone else, okay? Everyone else. Mwah. We got called closer. The timer's in the way. Hang on. I'm gonna put that under my model, actually. Wait, hang on. It's in my model now. Hang on. Hang on. No. There we go. Hey! What's going on here? Kisses. It's time for kisses. Mwah. Mwah. Kisses. Mwah. Kisses. Mwah. Love you guys. Love you guys. All right, we continue. Oh, I forgot to get my soul. It's fine. Oh, I forgot to do the thing. All right, I got my soul. We're good. Kisses the hooves. Why you? No. I walk around on those. They're dirty. Just like feet. Feet are dirty too. All right, we got this. Oh shit, he bounced. See, invincibility frames. Oh, oh. Oh, you only get it when you're down. Oh, I don't have enough soul. If only it was a half a second faster. It's fine, 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 it's fine. Die. If only I had been a little bit faster with that movement. We got this. We're getting there, I feel like. I feel like I'm getting better. Maybe. Anyway, I'm getting faster at killing my shade at the very least. Oh, I missed. You see, now I don't know who's who. That one. Ah. Okay, that's so mean. Can't do a jump and a whatever. Oh, okay. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm getting better at killing the first one faster. So that's good. Okay. We're getting quicker at killing the first one. So that's what's important. So if we can't beat him within an hour, the run might be dead. We'll still try, see how far it gets us. What's he doing? What's he doing? He's going up. Oh, that was a mistake. I don't know who's who now, though. Oh, I did not have enough soul. Shit. Shit. Shit! Who are you? I killed one! Okay, it's fine. Mistakes were made. Okay. Got one. Heal. I don't know how I dodged that, but I did. No. No. Just don't get hit. Wow, I never even thought about that. Actually, Delta, you're right. Just don't get hit. That is such a crazy... I am getting better at the dodging, though. I worked today, so I got a strawberry refresher. It's so good. I like to get them without the inclusions because I don't love the texture of the berry things, but it does make it taste slightly more strawberry when you do get the berries. So it's kind of... it's hard. I like to get it with peach juice. Because you get the peach juice added, and then it adds a little bit more. Well, it doesn't add more liquid because we would cut it with water or lemonade, depending on which one you get. Oh my lord. No, don't. Oh, I couldn't jump quick enough. Okay, but I'm getting better at killing that first one faster, so I would say we're getting pretty good at that. Bitch, missed me. Okay, well. Now you're dead. How does that make you feel? Now you're perished. You failed to protect the citizen, and you're dead. You see, that would be a great time for me to have Dark Sylvia on a Talga to bring her out to be a little bit mean. Once we get my 2.0 model, my 2D, I'm gonna be so OP. Y'all won't even know what hit you. Could you imagine if I just toggled to Dark Sylvia for that for a second, just because I could feel it coming on? I don't think you guys realize how my anger comes out sometimes. I can feel it building up. But I let it out a little bit more when I was streaming. If I'm with someone, I would just like, no, I don't want to be angry. I don't want to be scary. Abused my invincibility frames just then. Did you guys see that? It's fine. Shit. Oh, I didn't jump! Okay, it's fine. Jump! Okay, I got a little bit lightheaded there. We're just gonna breathe. All right, we're gonna continue. I don't know what that sound was. I'll be honest, I have no idea what that sound was that I just made. But yeah, it's a sound that came out of my body. I don't even know if it picked up on the microphone, but it was a little bit weird, a little bit feral. I'm not even sure. I summoned a demon. I accidentally ran into him, and so I wanted to throw myself off the Grand Canyon. That's right, I'm gonna buy tickets to wherever the fuck the Grand Canyon is. That's right, I'm an American, I don't know where it is. Education isn't a thing. Oh, I so jumped. On my second jump. I was still in the jump. No, wrong. Oh, he was in the air. Fuck. Oh. Whoa, I buried him! And he jumped on me. Of course he did. I don't know who's who. I don't know who's taking the most hits. Oh, that would be him. Oh, I didn't jump. Oh, shit. Okay, he landed on me. Love that for me. Okay, we're good. Just get the occasional heals. Okay, we're fine. Okay, we're fine. My fucking god. Oh, I didn't jump. Die, 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 die! Anyway. We might still be able to do it. Even if we don't do it, we can still go for the 10-hour achievement, and then we can focus on the 5. Okay, we're fine, 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 we're fine. We are fine! Got this! My Descent into Madness live on Twitch TV. Whoa, that was a big jump. Come on. Okay, well that wasn't fair. I don't really know how I dodged that. Oh, I so jumped. Oh, I walked into him! Damn. Okay, I think I got a little bit reckless that time because I got Engie. But it's fine. I got it this time for sure. Whoa, bitch! I wasn't even gonna kill you, but now you're dead. And I'll take a sip. How are you helping, Deltara? You helped kill me? Wow! Oh, head pats. Okay, never mind. I'll lay off for a minute. Thank you for the head pats. Thank you. If someone makes a compilation of, like, the random ass noises Sylvia makes, I will love you. I don't have the time to do the editing for that, but I would love to see that. That would make me so happy. Yeah, I'd watch it live on stream as well. Not losing you. Oh, it's you, die, bitch, die. I don't think I attacked the other one very much. Whoa, you can't jump that far. That's illegal. No, you should have done the bouncy bounce. Like that. No, you're supposed to let me go under you. Oh, I don't have enough to heal again. Okay. All around me are familiar faces, worn out places. Little motherfucker. I didn't mean to do that. I am so tired of these nobodies hitting. Did I win yet? No. I'm crying. You can't see it behind my smile. I'm crying on the inside. You can't come in the elevator, bitch. This is for me only. Any woos. Sip sips, thank you. We got this. I'm fueled by the power of white women. And by that I mean Starbucks. It's a strawberry drink and it's delicious. What? Didn't get the invincibility frames. Where am I going? Oh, that's so not fair. It didn't let me jump. Oh, they're in sync. That's interesting. No, they're not. Oh, I got one. I got off a heal. Well, that felt like I cheated with those invincibility frames, but you know what? I don't care. Whoa! They were doing both the things at once. I don't think I was close enough. Goodness. Oh, I ran into him. Why didn't he bounce? It's okay. It's fine. I'll just cry. You fool. I only need a little extra soul. I don't need the whole shabam. I don't feel like going back to the bench. I'm tired of that bench. I want to stop sitting in that. Fuck you! You're blocking my way! I'm going back down and going back up again. Fuck that shit. That's the direction I need to go, and I'm not dealing with that guy. Nope, 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 nope. I'm just not. Less of a speed run timer and more of a how long does it take me to beat the Watcher Knight? Something that I've already beaten before and have done in Pantheon. I think I did them in Pantheon. Shit. Shit. Okay, I didn't get under him. It's fine. Oh, why did my jump not jump? did the jump that time. Excuse you. I was definitely far enough away. Wow. Okay. Bitch. Bitchy. Okay. Oh, I don't have enough to heal. Okay. Whatever. It's fine. Oh shit. There we go. I did. I took one with me. That actually makes me feel a little bit better. I'm just like, I may have died, but I took Brenda with me. You think killing me will stop me? POV, you're fighting against the enemy and you finally kill them, but your partner dies with them. Oh, that actually gives me a great story idea. Mothwing cloak. Shade cloak actually would be very helpful. I do have the Sending Dark. Shit, I don't- oh. Okay, I was about to say I don't know who's who, but it's fine. Oh, you bitch. Ah! Whatever. What? Why did I not heal? Well, I would have healed if I had done it when I originally attempted to. I need King's Brand to get Shade Cloak. Oh, you bitch! I was trying to jump up. King's Brand is Hornet 2. I have to go to the right for that. Maybe we'll try that in our next attempt, honestly, because at this point, the run is basically dead. We've been on Watcher Nights for an hour. I'm gonna try it one more try, and if I don't win, I'm gonna reset the run. Because a whole hour left to do everything else that we need to do. I don't know if we have time for that. I don't really know how I dodged that, but I guess I did. Ah, I actually thought I was doing a good job then. Oh well. I thought we were doing pretty good. Just don't have enough time. Alright, let's start the live split again. Skip. 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 Okay, it wasn't letting me do my live. Hang on. If I do settings, if I let it do global hotkeys, will that let it while I'm clicking other games? Yep. Okay. So now I'll actually be able to pause it when I pause the game without having to click it. Oh, Agile? Oh man, this is gonna... Hey guys, we're gonna gaslight. For those of you who don't have ads, we're gonna gaslight everyone and pretend that this is the start of the stream. So thank you guys so much for coming. That's what we're doing. This is the start of the stream. We're gonna gaslight everyone. Hi, and welcome to our speedrun of Hollow Knight, where we are going to be trying to get the achievements today. The 5-hour speedrun achievement is what we are attempting to get right now. I feel like I got a decent route, and I feel like we have a pretty good chance at doing this first try. There are a couple of neat little tricks that I have up my sleeve for being able to succeed today. Like making sure that we get this Geo Rock drop. And I'm even gonna be able to... I'm gonna get Fury of the Fallen, not right off the bat. I'll show you why. Because there's gonna be a little quick menu escape trick that we can do. To be able to maximize our time today. We're gonna break this wall. So now we'll be out here, but we'll go actually back in. Look at us go. Look at us. We're just a little guy. We're just a little baby. We're gonna go back down here. And now we can get this money rock. Because money is gonna be important. I do want to get the Sending Dark, but having Lantern for Deep Nest would be very nice. You see, we want Fury of the Fallen to try to get us more charm notches, to be able to do that very quickly. Just clicking all the buttons that I can, because button smashing is how you do stuff quickly. We're going back to the menu, but we're not quitting, and we're just gonna teleport. Because if you go outside the door, and specifically, you do have to go outside the door, then we'll show up there, and we don't have to climb all the way back up. What the f- Wait, what? No. No, 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 no. Is it because I went immediately back in? Absolutely not. Absolutely, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That's a wait. No. 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 Just no. And no. It's no. It's no. Just no. No. Just no. Now. Now. It worked. It's worked before. I've done it. I've tested it. You know what? It's fine, because you know what I need to do? I need to open the door in my room because it's hot. That's what I need to do. I'm gonna open the door, and then I'll reset my tracking, and it'll be fine. The timer doesn't start until we're actually in the game, so it's fine. Alright. We're fine. Everything's fine. Okay, guys, welcome to the first ever attempt about the 5-hour speedrun of Hollow Knight. Yep, first ever attempt. Uh-huh. Yep, we got this. First try. Bitch. Bitch. Thank you for the blink reminder. I love it. I forget to blink all the time. Those emotes are hilarious and I absolutely love them. And thank you for the head pets. I appreciate them. I need them a lot. We're speedrunning today, trying to get the 5-hour achievement. We got this in the bag. You're just in time for our first attempt. We were doing just chatting before. That's why the stream time is longer than our speedrun timer. Because we were doing, yeah, that's what we're going with. Okay, so now we should end up there if I save quit. It'll be great. It'll be fantastic. It'll be amazing. That emote is also amazing. So many good emotes. I love seeing emotes. Oh, I went the other way. Usually goes to the left. I also actually want to grab the money rock that's down here just real quick. Wrong button. It'll be faster this way. Hopefully, now that I've done movement outside the door, we won't have any issues. I'm gonna take a sip while we load. You see? It works! I told you! And if we press the jump button a lot, we won't be slowed down to a walk once we are in here. See how fast we're going? We are zooming. We're ignoring the old man. We don't need him. I don't remember where we get pale ores, or if we can pick one up on our way doing stuff. We're just gonna have to try to figure it out. Okay, can I just... Thank you. I am a speedrunner. I'm running super fast! That's what that means, right? Yeah, exactly. Oh, wait. Okay. Timing was not. Okay. I was too fast. Sometimes I just go a little bit too zoom, and I'm just like, whoops, I'm too fast. Wow. Haha, you fell in acids. That means you don't get 2 babies when you die. You just die. I would like to be at full health at all times. Oh, look at that. We have a nice round 100 coins. That's very nice. Chat, look at that. Nice round 100 coins. Perish it while it lasts. It's not gonna last very long. We are gonna go down and get the coins that fell down here. We need a lot of coins for the lantern. All right, we're doing pretty good. I'd say we're doing good. Look at how pro that was. That was effortless. Not a second wasted in that murder. Oops, okay. Oh, he was too low. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. We're gonna have to try again later. And by later, I mean when we do the next go around, because we're gonna skip through False Night and we are actually gonna get the spell beforehand. I don't know what that guy, oops, thought was gonna happen. He just dead. What a little goofy goober. I'm not gonna get the other rock, it takes too long. It's not worth it in a speed run, I think. Hang on, I have to pop my fingers. Okay, that's better. We're doing pretty good on time, I think. I have no idea. I have nothing to go on. Oh. We are going to save a couple of grubs because we can get a mass shard. Okay, that was rude. I'm just helping a little grub. And you're just abusing me for no reason. How rude. Alright, perfect. We're gonna go up here because there's a money rock over here. Lovely. And we're moving on. We don't have the spell yet, so we just kind of got to deal. Haha, he jumped over me. Loser. Alright, now we're at False Night, but we're gonna skip him so we can get the spell, so we can actually technically kill him faster. Look at that! Look at how fast I am! I'm zooming! Missed me, bitch! Bye! Bye! Everybody say bye! Bye, stupid! Bye, stupid False Night! Bye! What a loser. I'm too fast. Can you imagine I just casually actually, like, beat the world record? It's not gonna happen, but could you imagine?
Oh.
Me, a nobody, not even going on the fastest text type? How crazy would that be? It's not gonna happen though. That'd be neat, but no. I don't have the energy for that. Me who can't even beat Watcher Knights in under an hour. Oof. Big oof. That little guy's in my way. He was gonna be a bother, and woo! Missed me. You can roll to your death. Oh, I thought he was gonna keep rolling. He did not. He did not keep rolling. What the fuck? Jeez. Anyway. I don't want to have to deal with that guy rolling back at me. It's annoying. And I just want the money and the extra lives. Now I actually want the soul, though, so I can defeat this thing faster. Wow! He really sucks at aiming. I didn't even move. And he's dead. Look at that. Maybe if he was a little better at aiming. But he's not. So he's dead. What a loser. Any hoozles, let me out, bitch. Locking me away. Very rude. Not very cutesy of you. Not very demure. Not very mindful. Lock me in a cage. Hello. It's not giving. Running, running, running. Running, running, running. I'm gonna do a thing, chat, where I don't buy maps. If I get lost, that's it. We're lost. If that's what happens. Go uppies! Go up! You fool! You didn't go upwards! Why? Anyways. It's faster to tank it. I did that on purpose, naturally. Want to make sure that's my spawn point. Because I think after you fall asleep at that little witch doctor, whatever, I think it resets where you would spawn. So I'm just gonna do that for ease. And then I do that so I just don't have to deal. Because who likes stealing? Not me. I'm just a little guy who does little guy things like murder. Like murder. 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 Fun fact, these rocks, if you hit him at him, actually are worth 2 of your nail slashes. I think he's done. I think it's just a 3 cycle. Yep. Bye! There we go. Now let's go get the money. And then since we sat at the bench, we can just do this. And then we'll go back in. And we're gonna be good. And now we can go down the slide really quickly. Grab some of that for the Gruz mother. Lovely, very nice, very demure. Wakey, wakey! See how quick that is with the spell? That's crazy. Ah, I didn't do the jump right. All right, we got this. We get Sly. There we go. Very nice. Very demure. We go back to the menu. Look at my pro strats. Look at me being a pro. I'm such a pro. We drink water while we're loading because we are very mindful about our health. I don't care what you have to say, Mr. Stag. Not this time, at least. If nose is itchy. We'll have to deal with that later. All right, we got this. Very good. Very nice. We're good. We got a charm that we need. Soul Catcher might be nicer, actually. For the beginning, I think I'm gonna go with Soul Catcher. And then I might as well equip Fury the... Oh, never mind. It's 2. I thought it was 1. That was wrong. I thought it was 2, but it's fine. Or I thought it was 1, but it was 2, which is fine. Perfectly fine. Everything's fine. Wow! He came out of nowhere. He needs to die. I know that one always almost gets me. There we go. Now we're not so low on health, and we're very good. Look at the acid. Look at me go. Look at me zoom. I'm zooming. Green path. Oh shit! I went the wrong way. I didn't realize I had to go up. Look at how fast I'm going, chat. I'm zooming. I'm going so fast, it's like crazy. Actually, we're not gonna save here. We don't need to. It wastes time. And we are speedrunners. Oh, he wasn't in the right spot. Over here. Over here. Wrong spot. We need to be higher up. Like over here. And I'm all the way down here now. I love that for me. Over here. Over here. Wah! Thank you. Speedrunner strats. Speedrunner strats. Look at me go, chat. Look at how fast. How amazing. Not dealing with those guys. How smart. We're just gonna ignore the whole watcher situation. That hasn't happened yet. So obviously, doesn't exist. Not a problem. Not an issue. Woo! Missed me. Barely. I am gonna grab the extra health just for the sake of it. I love how you can still walk away though and you're still getting it. Tankin'. That's better. See, we didn't even get hit because we have full health and we didn't heal. So, technically, that was hitless. I don't think that's how that works, Sylvia. Well, I don't care. We're only saving Zote because it gives us a lot of money. We don't actually give a fuck about him. We're gonna leave him to die in the deep nest. Wow, that was rude. Oh, he went up. Too high up. That was rude. That was very rude. Oh, I got two. Nice. Bitch, get down here. Gotcha. And goodbye. I killed your mother and he doesn't even care. He was just sitting there the whole time. Wow. And he's dead. Man, look at all this money I just got. I love it. Look at me go. That's faster, I think. Maybe, perhaps. I'm not sure. Well, I don't know. I honestly have no clue. Oh, I keep trying to dash, but I don't have dash yet. So... Want to see something funny? Bam! Oh. Hi. It's dead now. Tee. I need to pop my back. Hang on. Let me just... Nope. Maybe my neck. Okay, a little bit, but not as much as I was hoping for. And I'll take a sip. We're gonna do a speed running tactic, chat. Watch this. What you doing? She walked into me. My mortal enemy walking. Whoops, I walked into her. Dead. Bye. Bye. Anyway. We got the cloak. We got the cloak. Cloak, 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 cloak. Now we teleport, port, and we skip the cutscene. Look at that. Pro strats. Pro strats. I'm so smart, chat. Fuck you, Zote. I don't have double jump. That's right. No double jump for me. Oh, that means... Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. You know what? It's all fine. All gonna be hunky-dory. Wow, look at me go. Look at all this money. Look at all this money. I'm rich. I got so much money. Oh. Okay, here we are. We're over here. We don't have that much money yet, so... We got this. Missed me. You guys like how I dodged that thing? I think I did a great job at dodging that guy. Considering that I almost always hit him before. This way. Look at me! Look at me learning the map! Oops. Oh wait, I'm going the wrong way. Don't. Really? I thought I was... Ah! Not having double jump is really annoying. I don't have wall climb either. You know what? It's fine. That's the wrong way! I'm such a silly little guy. I'm just a silly little guy doing silly little guy things. That's all. Oh, I don't want to go this way. Then I have to fight that thing. And I'd rather just... Wait. This way? I would like to be at full health for the Mantis Swords, just in case. Just in case. Oh, would you look at that? He's dead. And he's dead. You're back from torture. I'm glad that you fixed your nose ring. Good job. I'm proud of you. You did the thing. It can be difficult to do things sometimes, but you did it. And I'm very proud. Look at my child. Growing, being an adult. My nose is itchy. There we go. Speaking of noses, mine is itchy. Wow, look at all that money. Oops! I didn't cling to the wall. See, instead of wasting time waiting, doing nothing, I optimize my time by grabbing the money. Since we need a lot of it. Down we go. Your mother helped you. Aww. Aww. Yeah, nothing like issues with the piercings that actually hurt more than the piercings, am I right? There was one time I got my ears pierced, and I was kind of being lazy with the cleaning it, and then I went to my dad's, and he thought I was more responsible than I was, and I didn't clean it, and then it got really infected because apparently a hair got wrapped around it, and it was really bad, and it hurt a lot. Actually, I don't want that one. It's too close to Spike's. It hurt a lot, and I cried. Can I kill him through the... Ha! Get fucked! Free soul! No, it looks ugly. It'll be fine. Once it's no longer swollen, you'll be able to put the one in that you want. You know? Alright, here we go. Hang on. Look, he's just a blur! It looks off because the hoop's so big and you're just a little guy. I get it. Hang on, my nose is itchy again. Your cartilage appears. Oh, your cartilage! Dang! That takes a while to heal. Or at least so I've heard. Oh, I missed. And he's dead. Can't do it on that one. I got lucky on the other one. Honestly, it's hard for me to hit them when they're... It's like impossible to keep track of which one is which. Oops, almost jumped at the wrong time. Oops. Ta-da! Look at me go. First try, actually. I'm not sitting on the bench over here because I actually need to teleport. Sorry. Not sorry. It's the rage. The rage from always having that door closed on me all the other times. Money! Get the thing. That way I can have more charm notch slots. I'm gonna do a thing. Hello, thing. Oh, now we have a perfect nice round number. I almost don't want to buy anything else. But I need these. I'm gonna use these for watchers, and then I'm gonna do it first try, and it's gonna be great. There's like a pair of fungi guys somewhere. I just don't know where they are. I should also get a key. Looks so stupid. You're just a little guy. You're just a silly little guy. Oh shit! That hurts me, apparently. Dang. And you're dead. Alright, I should try making... Oh! There's acid. Okay, we're fine. I should try making my way to try to get... Wrong direction. Guess what? Chicken butt. Dun, 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 dun. Fuck! You know what? It's fine. I killed the other guy in the process. There was acid there. Okay. Anywho's. No, no, no! No! Don't care about the lore. Don't care. Oh, I didn't see you. I didn't see you guys. I looked and then I thought, well, maybe Normie actually meant next Sunday. I didn't see you. We went to go to the boba tea place. You said next Sunday, and I was like, did she mean next Sunday? Like, not the coming Sunday, but the next Sunday after that? That's what I thought you meant. And then, because I didn't see, I was looking for you, but I didn't see you. I even wore green, just in case you were there. But I wasn't sure. I wasn't sure which Sunday, if you actually meant this Sunday, or if it was next Sunday, so you should come again. That way we can actually see you. Because I thought maybe you weren't there. Woo! That was rude. Again this weekend? Yeah! Do it. Again this weekend. And we can see you again. There's no money there, is there? No, there's no money. It's just lore, and I don't care about that. We get another chance. Rude! I should have enough for the nailsmith. Saw blue. Oh, in the car! You saw us in the car. I wore green. I was like, was it this same day or next? I should have just messaged you to double check. And then I would have known, instead of being a silly, goofy, awkward goober. I'm a goofy goober. I'm a goofy goober. Hello?
Ranjo Stenja.
Yes, make it stronger! After the second song. Yeah, that's usually when we get about there. We usually get there when the music's already started.
Garadel Akari.
That's how we usually do it. That was rude of that thing. Missed me. Anywho's. There was a timer? Yeah, there was one day I got there when it was like that. And it was the day Blue and Gihan weren't there. Because they went to a con. And I was worried about being late, so I got extra early. Oh, actually, I can't go that way. Oh, I failed. Actually, you died. Hi. Bye. And you're dead. Wait in the lobby next time. Yeah, go in together and then we can sit next to each other. Yeah, we're sitting next to each other. Oh, I totally parried. I don't know what the game's talking about. That it even made the parry sound. Why did I get hurt? I fell down into the pits of the water. Water, I fell down into the water. No! Why did it have to go all the way up? I am the only person in the world who uses this elevator. You wait for me! Anyway. Ignore that aggressiveness. That didn't happen. That didn't happen. It's not real. Not real.
War's son?
I don't care what you have to say. Take my wares right this instant.
Velmi Artred.
Velmi Archid. Velmi Archid.
Kachael.
Kachael. Velmi Archid.
Velmi Artred.
Velmi Archid.
Kachael.
Kachael. Velmi Archid. Velmi Archid. Bye. Not to see the pastor and scream. We were just expecting to have one in person. Yeah, it's a little bit different. It's a little bit unique, a little bit special. Actually, I went too far. Oh, I didn't go fast enough. That's fine. Oh, I don't really need the egg, but it's good to have it in case. Just in case I need it. I forgot my nail's stronger now. But it's good. I think it's... I liked it. Did you like it? It was like, you know, the little concert at the beginning, which was awesome. I think it was very fun. And he dead now. Rude. And now he dead. Yeah, I'm excited for it, right? Right? It's good. It's good. It's unique. It's special. You can see why a lot of old-fashioned churches wouldn't like it. Oh, you? You should die, you little bad thing. Ew. You want kisses. Normie wants kisses. Okay, I'll give you kisses. Yummy, come here. Mwah. Mwah. Just for Normie. Mwah. 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 Kisses on your little head. Did I just land cancel? I just land cancel with a slash. Interesting. I'm gonna go down here and hit this one as well. Didn't know I could land cancel with a slash. That was interesting. You gotta see me soon, exactly. How exciting. Totally slashed him. I don't even know. I don't even know. I've been really bad at doing my stream schedule lately. Like, I've been really bad. I can't believe that used to ever kill me. Like, oh my goodness. You haven't been streaming or drawing. Yes, or drawing. I'm gonna sit here. That way it's faster when I come back. You missed me. Hee hee. I'm too fast. I'm too fast. And you're dead. And he's dead. I'm gonna do the shortcut for this way, just so I have it in the future if I want it. Wait. Can I? Oh, I don't think I have enough height. I can't. I was gonna wall jump up and break it, but you know, whatever. There we go. Now it's open. Into the soul sanctum we go. Actually, I need to go this way, don't I? I knew it! Here we go. Something gonna spawn. I knew it! I knew it! Oh. Oh, goodness gracious me. Oh, goodness gracious me. Goodness gracious. Oh me, oh my. Wait a minute. Hang on. Just a second. Do those guys spawn infinitely or nah? Nah, okay. Guess we're doing this with 3 health. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? I'll just let it come down normally. It's fine. Oh, I don't have double jump. And you're dead. What a dumbass. He got overconfident because of my little mistake. But he shouldn't have. He shouldn't have gotten overconfident. I'm gonna open up the thing. It's fine. I'm just gonna bop. And now we got that shortcut. I'll bow before the queen. Hello. It's Blue. I love Blue. Tony Toe. Oh my goodness. When did you get here? Oh, right here. Right now. You came in with Blue. Oh, I thought he was gonna die on that, but he didn't. That was my bad, assuming his death by my hand a little bit premature there, but it's fine. We'll just heal up a little bit, and then we'll be all hunky-dory. Look at me go. Normie had nose issues today. That was rude. Why are there two of them? One of them, not bad. Two of them is annoying. Two is pretty bad though. Oh shit. I need a more controlled environment. That's better. That's better. Now he's dead and I'm alive. That's better. Wait, I'm going the wrong way. I need to go up first. Woo! Wow, a bunch of them are spawning now. I'll just grab this. I don't need any more souls, so I'm pretty much good. B.O.B. Well, you gets pets food right before a boss fight. Alright. Oh shit, we're already an hour in. Damn, I only got 4 more hours left. I missed the second one. Got this. Oh wow, he hasn't actually done a fake out jump yet? I got hit once. Once! Sounds like an illager from Minecraft. Oh my god, he does. He's a wannabe villager. He's not that useful, though. Actually, the sending dive is pretty useful. Here we go. Loser. Loser! Get dunked on. Look at that. Look at how great we are. We're amazing. We're fantastic. And we gotta keep going. I think it's just Soul up there. I think that's just a Soul thing too. Wait, is this the right way or the wrong way? I wanna go the wrong way first. Fine. I think it's the wrong way. Yes, perfect. We went the wrong way first, which is what we wanted. Oh, shit! I thought this thing was down here. Not enemies. Alright, the thingamabob's on the other side. I thought I had Soul. I was gonna bop him. I did not have Soul. I can't see. I couldn't see. Anyway. I have so much money, so I need to like not die, maybe? Just a little bit, perhaps? Oh, shit. There we go. Gunshot, did you just hype me dying? I hope not. I hope not. What's the time I'm going for? Under 5 hours. To get the achievement. You fucking little shit. Yeah, he probably didn't, but I wasn't paying attention, so... I don't know if I have a key. I don't have enough to get a... Actually, didn't I find a thing? Wow, okay. Wow. Let's go to Limb. And you're dead. Perish. Hee hee. Hee hee, you're dead.
Velmi Ardred.
Now we have enough money for the lantern.
Velmi Ardred. Helma Delka.
Do I have a key? Nope. There's nothing that way I actually need. I need to go... I think I actually need to go up. To get to the stag, to get back to Dirtmouth. Buy the lantern. That way I'll be good in Deep Nest. I think up is the way to go. That's the wrong up. I need... Wait, is it? What? I'm lost. What? 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 Where am I? What? Huh? Is it this way? Yeah, it's this way. Okay, we're good. This is what happens when I don't have maps. Anyway. Why are you here, Zoe? Go die in the deep dark. I only saved you for the money I get from the Vengefly. That's the only reason why Zoe is alive right now. Dumbass killed himself on spikes. What a loser. No, there's only a Vengefly in there. Oh, okay, I need to go... There's something in one of these. I can never remember which one it is, though. Ah, the key I need. Actually, that's perfect. Wait, I should... Ooh, okay, that's fine. I should still unlock the stag, even though I need the key to unlock the sewers. I'm gonna unlock the stag first, and you know what? Maybe I'll buy the thing so I don't have to worry about it. Grab this. Buried him. I totally buried him. Loser, you can't hit me. Loser! It makes him come faster, I think. I don't know. I don't need you to talk to me. All right. You see, every time I just randomly turn right, that's not me turning right. That's my controller being stupid. Actually, let's go get Crystal Dash now, and then we'll go back. Because I think I need Crystal Dash to get Isma's, so we'll just be smart about this. And then we'll go down to get Isma's, and we'll also get double jump down in that area while we're at it. Wait, did I ever save this grub over here? Because this is an easy grub save. I did not. All right, there we go. Actually, kind of glad that we didn't, because otherwise that would have been a waste of time. Wait, she's not. Oh, she's not singing. Why is she not singing? I don't understand why she's not singing. Might as well get the egg since we're here. Could be helpful. I don't know if it will be, but it might be. And I'm just gonna do my best not to get lost. We got this. I'm not gonna get lost. This way. And then up. Oh, actually, yeah. Oh, shit! I thought my thing was gonna kill them. Oh, die! That startled me. I thought my one was gonna be enough. Why can't I? Thank you. Jeez. Alright, good. We got that. Very nice. Very demure. Woo! Is this the way to town? No. That is not the way to town. You can kill those crawler thingies, you just need to use a spell. I'm going to the bench because I would like to save at a bench. Whatever. I don't need to do that. I can just sit on the bench. Now we got the bench. Wrong way, apparently. Apparently gotta keep going this way. Apparently. Oh, wait, I don't even need to go that way. Why am I attacking that thing? Sorry, my bad. My bad. I say as I stab you with a rusty knife. My bad, I'm sorry. My bad. Wait. I can... And then it's this way? No, this way? Maybe. Yep. Anyway. That was enough for one heal. Wow. Oh, shit! I didn't mean to land just then. Now that we're done with that weird ass noise I made. That's what I meant to do the first time. Oh, fuck. All right, I guess I'm back over here now. You fucking kidding me? Anyway. Got this now. Got this now. Anywho's. Anywho's. What the? Oh. Oh, shit. I do not want to be in here. This is, not where I want to be. I don't even know where I am. What? Where did I go? What am I doing? Wait, does it reset my save? I don't know if it resets my save. Anywho's. I don't know where I am. Okay. Damn it! Damn it! The timing was off. Oh my goodness gracious. What's the timing on this? Okay, there. Oh, really? Okay. Anyway. Alright, 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 alright. Okay, 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 okay. Just wanted the charm. Real quick. Because it's a good fucking charm. And it might help me. Later. This is a surprise tool we'll use later. Anyway, I think we go up now. Oh my god, I got whacked. I have 1 health, and I am scared. I am so scared right now. Leave me alone. Oh, I have enough to heal. Alright, now I can actually fight him. More healies. Nice. Okay, that's better. I feel more confident. I feel a lot better now. Bench. Very nice. Thank you. All right, let's go to the grubs. No, fuck off. Wait, I don't need to go in there to go to the grubs. The grubs is faster the other way. Give me the thing. Give me the thing. Give me the thing. There it is. There it is. There's the thing. There's the thing. Give it to me. Give it to me. Yes! Yeah. Oh, sip, sip. Thank you. All right. Then we gotta go back to Queens Station. Or city storerooms, I mean. Sorry. I'll go to work. Thank you. Thank you for stopping by. My stomach made a funny noise. Don't know if y'all heard, but it did. Whoa, what a bitch! He whacked me! Rude. Alright, we're gonna go to Mr. We'll actually buy my things. Ah, he died. Hee he dead. Whatever. I don't need to murder him.
Velmi Ardred.
Yes. So,
Velmi Ardred. Velmi Ardred. Velmi Ardred. Helma Delka.
alright, now we're gonna go fight Dung Defender. I'm gonna grab the bench. I think coming from the bench is the way we need to go to get to Dung Defender. I really hate those things. They are so gross. I hate them so much with a burning passion. Alright, here's Dung Defender. Very nice. Oh, I don't have any stole. Be my friend! We got He's all bald. Oh, whatever. Oops, I meant... Okay. That's not what I meant to do. Why? Oh, my God. I don't have Dream Nail. I keep trying to Dream Nail him. I don't have it. Okay, we got this. Oh, he wasn't on the ground. I win! I win! Oh, I get something. Anyway, let me out. I forgot that I got a thing for it. Where am I? Well, this is good because I need to go get double jump anyway. Yeah, this is fine. Really? I missed. No, it's fine. I just want to get to a better fighting area if I'm gonna fight people. How? Not really sure how that missed me, but it did, so I'm taking the W. Oh, I'm trapped. Oh my god. How is he hitting me from there anyway? That was the question. That's the real question, is how the fuck was he getting to me anyway? I don't have 3,000. So it's not worth it. Oh, rude. Oh, I thought the spikes were going to be directly underneath me, but they weren't, so it's fine. Imagine playing the game for the first time and dumping all your money in there and then realizing you have to pay for a bench and you have no money because you just spent it all on nothing. Because you didn't have 3,000 and you didn't know you needed 3,000. You just spent it all like a dumbass. That's how you do that. Oh, fuck, spikes. All right, that's not how you do that. I forgot that those were there. Wait, is there a thing? Where is he? He's on the roof, right? You see? Easy. Wait, we actually want to go down here because there's a thing. And now we don't have to buy one. I'm not climbing the wall while trying to deal with this. I hate trying to climb this wall while trying to deal with that thing. It is the worst. I hate it so much, and I'm just not. Give me the money. That one is such an easy kill. I thought he was one hit. Jesus. I need to get the shortcut. Wait, where's the shortcut? It's up here? Oops, I meant to jump and I hit the attack button. I was itching my eyeball for a second. Here we go, chat! Drink some water. Lightly strawberry flavored because my ice is melted. Oh shit, I ran into him. That was a mistake, I shouldn't have healed. Wow, he landed on me. Rude. Oh, that's not fair, the ghost was in my way. Fuck. Hate this one, 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 hate this move, hate this move. Are you kidding me? If those ghosts weren't so goddamn annoying. I don't need to cuss. I can make a point. I can make a point without... yeah. I forgot about him. I'm on the other side of him. Wow. Why? Why is my controller broken? Why does my controller hate me? Why did I not go up when I pogoed? Are you kidding me? My lord. Please, let me win this fight. Please, let me be victorious in my endeavors. This stupid little... Anyway. I got this. Forgetting about my shade. You see, I forgot once again that I had Descending Dark until that fight, and it gives you invincibility frames. So I can deal with his stupid special move. Anyway. Anyhoozles. We got the thing now. We're good. We're great. We're fantastic. We're thriving. We're breathing. We're teleporting. Teleportation. Alright, that timer... I don't know. Maybe we're doing good. Maybe we're doing good. There should be a stag this way. I think. Actually, do I need anything from here? I don't know if I need to buy anything. Let's just check just in case. He still thinks I'm a ghost. We'll buy that. Oh. Then we'll go down here. We'll go to Salubra. We'll buy a Charm Notch slot. Whoa, why is it icky? Oh, because I got fucking Monarch wings. I'm gonna have to go in a circle. No! Shit! Fuck this. Going back to Dirtmouth. I gotta go the long way. Gotta go the long way. I thought it was just the Dreamers that did that. I forgot it was also the fucking... Jeez. Also the wings. Anyhoozles. I love this. This is my favorite. I love Infected Crossroads cutting off paths because the game hates me. Actually, that's probably not a smart idea. Oh, he doesn't jump anymore, so... Gonna go into the next screen and then heal. I never got this, I realized. Alright. Alright, now we get an extra health, which is very nice. Very demure, very thoughtful. Don't mind me. You can perish to the things. Oh, he's not infected. That's nice. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh fucking goodness. Salubra, give me a kiss. I feel sad. Blah 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 blah. Oh, I just need like a little bit. Oh shit, that's not what I meant to do. Whatever, there's a bench right here. Oh, I have to go. Ah, okay. Oh! Actually, that's almost enough. Oh shit, he's a right. Right. Teehee, right. Teehee, that's right. I'm gonna heal first. I think there's like an enemy or something over here. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's just an egg. Oh, wait. Okay, we got this. I have to go up, don't I? Okay, very good. And we're off. Okay, we got this. We got this. We got 3 hours left. Please go by faster. Why did the text have to go so slow? Blah 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 blah. Okay, sippy sip. All right, we got this. Blah 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 blah. Jump off the edge to make the moth spawn faster. It's a fact. It's a fact. It's a spawn reader fact. Go moth! Go moth! 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 Go ahead. Give me the path. Give me the path. Oh fuck yeah, we got the path. Oh yes. Oh yeah, we got the path. Yes, we do. Woo! Speedrun hacks. What do you think about that, chat? Blah 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 blah. Faster, faster, faster! Come on, come on, come on, come on! We got this. Look how fast I'm going. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Bye. I don't have time for you. I am gonna get the thing over here though. And I'm also gonna put on better charms. Where's the stag? Should be up. Okay. It's a little bit higher then. Here it is. We're gonna go do Watcher Nights. Alright, I'll put on this one. Are you fucking for real right now? need to go down. Wait, is this the... Okay. I don't know which down way is going to be faster, but whatever. Oh, I never got Isma's. Wow, I dodged that fly. Alright, we'll stop by Lem's since we got a couple of stuff to sell anyway.
Helmadilka.
Oh, I don't have anything. Oh, okay, never mind. I wasted time! Ah! Fucking... I thought it was a longer drop. I'll be honest, I thought it was a longer drop than that. Okay, go down, I think. And then... Wow, that was really stupid! Okay, we got this. Everything is fine. Everything's fine. We're just gonna go get Isma's and everything will be fine. How are you? Do I have any mods? Do I have any? Oh, there they are. They were hiding. Yeah, yeah. Oh, you're so cute. I love you. Ooh, I love you. You're adorable. I don't know what that was. It was just sounds, and I love it. I love that for you. That's amazing. What were you doing? I don't know why my shadows don't tell me what people were doing anymore. I hope you are having a fantastic day, an amazing day, a great day, because you are fabulous, and you just had your birthday. Everybody in my chat, happy late birthday to June. Happy late birthday. Happy late birthday. We love you. She's awesome. Those of you who don't know, she's a, what is it, jackalope? Is that the word? Which, fun fact, I thought those were real until I was like 19. Just a fun fact. Thought those were freaking real because sounds real. Sounds like a real thing. Yeah, there we go. Happy birthday. Oh. Bombs! Honestly, in my heart, they're still real. In my heart, they're still real. Yeah, if they didn't wish you happy birthday, I would have had to fight them. Why are there 2 bomb bats over here? Just because the game hates me? We're trying to get the achievement of completing the game in under 5 hours. Oh, I missed. Oh my goodness gracious me. He can't get me. Are they gonna follow me down here? Oh my god. He followed me. Is the other one gonna follow me? No, right? Because he's not a fucking weirdo. That one's dead. That one's dead. And I'm that great. Let's see, what were you doing? Are less of a cryptid and more of a hoax like mermaids? I mean, in what world is just a rabbit with antlers not real? Not this world, it's real. They're real in my world, where I'm from, Eos. Not me casually dropping random lore because I can't cope. Okay, okay. Oh, I forgot the key! Oh my god, what does the time say we're supposed to be at? I paused it when you guys came in. Oh wait, I almost forgot. I have a raid trailer for you guys. You guys want to see the raid trailer, don't you? Oh, yeah, I think you do. Anyways, here's that. Oh! He can climb! Oh!
Oh my god! Whoa. I'm seeing it now.
Do a flip. I wonder if I can do it fast. Oh! I hate. Oh! Oh! God, I'm trying to leave this. Fuck. What the? Fuck this.
We're seasoned adventurers and climbers. We both played and finished Celeste.
Alright, and we did get a sip, so I will make sure to do the sip. And then thank you for the follow, Linkster, and thank you. Oh, there's the alert, another alert. Thank you so much, Relix, for this another follow. We got 2 follows. Thank you. Alright, there's that sip. That was the last of my strawberry refresher. Okay, so it says it's at 158, so I think we're actually good. Thank you so much for the follow. I don't know how to read that. Wait, okay. Oh, wait, we got 2 follows back to back. I don't know if they both went through with the alerts, but we got Tiltina. Thank you. And then it was the N4S. Yeah, I don't know how to say that. That was a lot of follows back to back. Sorry, I got anxious and I started scrolling in the chat to make sure they were all people that came in. Sorry, I got really sus. I was like, oh wait, did I just get follow botted? Because I was like, oh no, is it gonna be the start of something? But I was like, nope, those are people. Those are real people. Real people, thank goodness. Thank goodness. You're all real. I was getting scared. I don't usually get that many follows. You're people? Oh my gosh. Oops. They didn't know they were people. My bad. There we go. When it's a username with many numbers, yeah, for a second I was like, I have SiriBot, which I think is supposed to protect against that, but for a second I was like, oh no, that's a lot of follows back to back. You guys are too sweet, you made me nervous. I got scared. You were too nice. That's what happens when people are nice to me. I get scared. All right, we're going back to the city because we're gonna go fight Watchers. Look at that. I'm such a pro, just for June. I'm not a pro the rest of the time. Hi, sir. Don't mind me. I am not a threat. I am a friend. Where do I go for Watchers? Oh wait, no, this one's broken. I have to go up. Gotta go up. Wait, 700? Wait, what? No way. Hang on. Let me pause the timer. There's no. No. Really? No. Maybe. No. Perhaps. No. There's no way. No. Really? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Yeah. You guys got 700 followers! Goodness! Sorry, I had to look at it. I had to look at it. I was just like, what? No way. No way. No way. I love that it's from June. Because June is amazing. I love her. For those of you who don't know, there's this thing here. Whee! We're gonna go fight Watcher Knights now. I didn't even realize I was close to either, because I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy who doesn't pay attention to numbers. But thank you so much. I usually would look at it like every once in a while, but not too often. Because numbers are, it's hard when you're a deer. Numbers are hard for the brain. Is this where Watchers is? No. This way? Maybe? Where am I? Does anyone know where I am? My name stands for Need for Speed. Oh, interesting. Where am I? This is not. No! Oh my gosh, I'm so scared right now. I'm so scared right now. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, that was rigged. Oh, why? Now I have to go get my shade back. Actually, fuck that, because I know that was, no, please stop talking. Please, please. Please stop talking. I'm taking the easy way out, and I know that I was not in the right area, and I don't know where I'm supposed to be. I don't have a map. I don't have money. I'm broke. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's, I don't need to go that way. That much I do know.
Really?
Hi. Give me a you want an egg?
Oh boy, oh boy.
Yes. Take my egg. Now I don't have to worry. That's why we get our emergency eggs. Wrong way. Wait, I should buy a map.
Va for nada.
Blah, 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 blah. I know how maps work! Okay, we got this. Now that I have a map. Now that I have a map. Yeah, it's the first map I'm buying. So I do need to go up. I just need to go left. Wait, this can't be right. I don't have a compass. Okay, so... No, I went too high. I went too high. I went too high. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You need to go back down. You need to go down left. Yes. Left. Wait, what? Left? No, not left. What? About the compass. This is the wrong direction, apparently. Oh wait, okay, good. This must be the wrong way. I just need to go to the Watchers. I'm wasting so much time. I don't know where I am. Oh my god, leave me alone. 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 I just need to go to the Watchers. Where is this? Definitely not the right spot. I attacked on instinct. Wait, actually, can I go in here? I have a... Oh, I don't have a key. I used the key. Where are the Watchers? This way. Maybe? Yes! We're in the right spot! Okay. Now we're going the right way. Oh, I missed. Totally whacked him. Wow, that was rude. I was only gonna try to murder him. But also not mind explaining the situation. ADHD. ADHD. Does that explain it, my friend? I hope it does. Whoa! No. What? Why? Okay, I'm alive. Any hoozles. I'm gonna sit at that bench real quick.
Oh, he hit me twice. Oh, he hit me for twice. That's right. Oh. That's better. Oh, he'll kill me. Hang on. 1 second. 1 second. Is there a way I can get more soul without resetting him at the bench? Yes. That's scary. Okay. I hope going that far away doesn't reset his health. It doesn't reset the enemies, so... That's illegal. You're not allowed to hit me like that. You know what? I'm just gonna be careful. Why do I have to fight him? That's not fair. I don't like him. I don't like him one bit. Okay, that was not careful. That was not very demure, not very mindful, Sylvia. Sylvia? You played it before, but memory is foggy. Yeah. Yep. And we're trying to do it in under 5 hours. We got this. Doo-doo-doo. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. You're amazing. Why am I walking into him? What is wrong with me? Why is this so hard? I've done this before. I don't understand why I am struggling. Actually, little soul container. Hi there. Thank you. Okay, he dead. Okay, he dead. Let me go to the bench real quick. I'm not gonna. All right, we're at the bench now. Very mindful, very demure, very not dead, very alive. Oh, it doesn't do that one. Oh, fuck you. Right. You can kill him through the floor. I really hope that's not a testament to how Watchers are gonna go. Let's change my charms for Watchers. Oh, Fragile Hearts 3. Okay, we'll do Resilient. Or Strength. We'll do Resilience. We got this. Yep, that specific guy is immortal. I don't know. Yeah, he's immortal. Yep. Die, mother. Anyway. Actually, before we do this, be very mindful. The mirror. I'm gonna go to the bathroom because I drank a venti drink, which is a large, and so I'm gonna go to the bathroom before we do this. That way I don't have to go pee in the middle of the fight, get out of my groove, all that jazz. Anyway, enjoy my BRB, which will play some of my past clips. Wait, there's a shortcut. Oh, shit. Okay, shortcut. Oh, thank God it's saved. Okay, hang on. I want to do this shortcut. Nope. Okay, fuck the shortcut. Oh, Druid Nature. Okay. This is me. This is me. Add bonus. Roll. We got this. No, we don't. A question and then I saw her streaming. You could still ask me the question. I've been bragging about you all day. Haven't I, chat? I've been bragging all day. You guys, look at how pro gamer that was! Oh my god! Oh my god, can someone clip that, please? Please. Can someone clip? Alright, what was that fucking thing that she inflicted on me? No, it wasn't anti-venom. It was inhibibit. Inhibibit? No, that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say inhibibit. No, fuck. Inhibibit? Aha! Wait, no, that's, I want the anti. I want it to not inhibibit me. Inhibit. Is there an anti-inhibit? Ignore the clip down going in the background. It keeps going for a second afterwards. Anyway, you guys can see how I can't. Anyway, any hoozles. Wait, which one's which? Never mind. Well, that wasn't very... Wow. 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 Oh, that was rude. He bounced back a lot further than I thought he would. Oops, wrong button. It's fine. Oh, that was rude. Oh, bye-bye, charm. Do I have anything else that's good for one? I got a little extra soul from that. We got this. It's fine. Surely it was the strength I needed, not the extra health. He died from Stink! He died from Stink! Oh, I thought they were both bouncing. Oh, that was rigged. I need to itch my nose. But I love that. I love that he died from Stink. Oh, that was rude. Oh, that was a dumb idea. Oh, he was bouncing. What? All right, our charms are broken. Our charms are broken, chat. Whoa, wait, what? That didn't feel fast at all. Was that not the charm I thought it was? Is that not the one? Oh, deep focus heals for 2, but takes longer. Put on the wrong charm. I thought I was putting on quick focus. Yeah. No. Just fucking no. Oh. Oh my goodness. Oh my gracious. I thought I put on quick focus. I put on deep focus. No. No wonder it felt like it was taking longer. Did I just let myself get hit by my fucking shade? I hate everything. I don't know how I dodged that. That was a mistake. Oh, that didn't hit anything. They're in sync. No, they're not. Oh, I don't have soul. Whoa. That's not fair. Jesus.
Fuck! Sorry, can someone clip that? Fuck did that miss me? In my eyes, that landed right on top of me. What just happened? What? What? No. Like, that landed on top of me. Right? Am I going crazy? Was I just out of the hitbox? I should be dead. I was... What? Oh my God. I resigned to my fate, but... Oh my goodness. I need to look at that. Where's my mouse? I need to go into options so I don't accidentally hit continue. Hang on. I'm going to my clips right now so I can go look at this. Because you won't be able to do it. Only mods can post. No, I don't care about clips of my channel. All last 24 hours. I need to see this. I don't know how to clip it while I'm streaming. All time. Go away, video game. Clip of a different game. Why is it not showing me clips of my channel? You have 0 copyrights on your channel. Good. Okay, I can't see it for some reason. Maybe it needs a hot minute to load and then I'll be able to see it. Alright, but oh my gosh. I should be dead. I'm gonna drink some water. Okay. Whoa! Definitely should be dead. Oh, I was not in iframes. I thought I was in iframes, but I wasn't. Oh, oh, oh! Oh my god. I'm on one. I'm on one. Breathe. 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 Missed. Okay. Hang on. I'm gonna take a clip break. I'm just gonna look at this. I need to see this because I definitely should be dead. Like, I should be dead. Oh, that didn't take it to the clip for some reason. I don't know why my link's broken. Oh, wait, okay, here it is. I need to see this. No, it was on me. Sorry, I'm trying to go frame by frame. It was pixel perfect just out of the hitbox. That is insane.
That is insane. So close. Man, that would have been so cool if I had won. I was so close to winning there. Hee now I got some extra soul. Hee I got this. If I can have pixel perfect luck like that, then I can beat them. Bro got stuck. What a dumbass. And I still have extra soul. Alright. I got this. I am confident. Whoa, what? Oh my gosh, it's my wife. It's my internet wife. Hi Foxy, how you doing? How was karaoke? I was there earlier, you know I was there. You know, rating and dipping. Oh, okay, hang on. Let me get you a shout out because I don't think my mod is here. Let me do that quickly. There we go, while you're still here, so you can see what clip you get. I hate you! Oh no, she said bad word. She said bad word. Oh. I can't believe Foxy said that. I can't believe she said that to me. So sad. Anyway, thank you guys so much for coming to the stream. You guys, Foxy is amazing. I love Foxy. You guys know why. She's awesome. She's amazing. You guys might not know why I could be pretty cool. I'm pretty cool too. Here's my raid trailer. Because, yeah. Oh! He can climb! Oh!
Oh my god! Whoa. I'm seeing it now.
Do a flip. I wonder if I can do it fast. Oh! I hate. Oh! God, I'm trying to leave this. Fuck. What the? Fuck this.
We're seasoned adventurers and climbers. We both played and finished Celeste.
So that's me. I hope you enjoyed it. We're trying to speedrun. We're trying to finish the game in under 5 hours to get an achievement. And we even got a fancy little speedrun timer. So yeah. Thank you so much for raiding. Love you, Foxy. Go dip, do your life stuff. We got this. Wow. Don't necessarily know which one is which. I hate it when they do both at the same time. Okay, that was rigged. don't know how that did not hit me. I feel like that was a good save there. I do have the resilience charm and girl crazy. Balsa, you got modded for saying girl crazy. Apparently that's not allowed on Twitch. You're not allowed to be girl crazy, but you can be dear girl crazy. So, because that's what I am. I'm a dear girl and I'm crazy. That's what that means, right? Goodness, I was so close. Well, in short, we love Seal. Yeah. I love you guys too. Just wanted a little bit extra soul. Doesn't have to be much. Just a little bit to get me started. We got this. Gotta be awesome. We got this. This time for sure. Can... Right off with that. Usually he leads with that. And now I don't know who's who. Shit. Oh my goodness gracious me. Oh my goodness. I hate it when they do them both at the same time. Oh, that's rigged. Oh. Oh, rigged. Rigged. You can't do that. That was rigged. That was rigged. Maybe I shouldn't get the extra soul because we are on a time crunch. So I just need to be fast. I just gotta be fast. Wish I didn't work tomorrow. And I could just stay up. I almost forgot that there was a jump here, and I thought I went the wrong way. Sip, sip, thank you. Got it. I don't know who is who. Oh. What? Okay, I'm gonna take another sip. Because that felt like it shouldn't have hit me. We got this. My thumb hurts. I'm taking a long way up. Squish the thumb. Oh, for a second I thought they were both in there. Oh, come on. Come on. Whatever. All right, up we go again. Oh, seriously? I took a hit from my... whatever. I was supposed to go down, not sideways. Down, down. They're both bouncing. Come on. Shit! They're both bouncing, and I'm confused. This one. Ooh. Okay. Thank you for the blink reminder, Kiwi. Thank you. Victory is mine. Anyways. Oh. Finally. Our first streamer. What was the secret? Believing in oneself. And a murderous rage. The secret was not rushing it and prioritizing healing rather than deep diving, but also abusing the invincibility frames from the descending. It was abusing the invincibility frames and prioritizing healing. How do I get to the garden? I'm gonna have to look at the big map. Like, on the online. I'm gonna do, Deep Nest next, I think. Die, bitch. You deserve death. There we go. Oh, some goodies. I do deserve this. I deserve all of this. Thank you. I do lose my mind a little bit sometimes. After tough fights. Just a little bit. Wait. Down we go. Really? Any hoozles. Wait, where am I? Oh, let me through! My goodness, I just want to get to the stag. People are so violent nowadays. Gee. I don't understand. Oh, wait, hang on. I'm gonna look at a big map online and cheat. Oh, actually, it might be faster to get to Umu from here. Wait. No, if I go into Dirtmouth and I drop down and I go... all the way down. But then I go because I got the acid thing. And then it's... okay. So we're actually gonna go back to Dirtmouth first. And we'll do Umu first, and then we'll go to the Deep Dark. I didn't forget to start the timer again. No, not at all. Anything I should buy while I'm here, just in case? That way we have that. Is he just gonna stay there until I talk to him? I thought he eventually left. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's rigged. Hehe, I'm had you get murdered. Anyways. Any hoozles. The map said, oh, no! Oh, wait. I'm immune to acid. The map said I had to go all the way left and down. I forgot I was immune to acid for a second, right after just doing it. Nothing's gonna happen. but just in case. Actually, it's faster if I do it like this. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't see that one. Yeah. Whirl! I missed. Hit him! Okay, that didn't work out as like I thought it would. Oh! I missed my champ! Oh! Got an extra hit in. I was in my landing animation. That's not fair. Get him, Coral. God, I hate this. Just die! Bro, get him! Bro, can you be any slower? Get him! Coral! He's very bubbly. Oh, it's following me. Oh my god! Please hit it! Finally! Jesus! Seriously? That wasn't... whatever. Oh, this isn't the right fucking thing! Squirrel, I'm so mad at you right now for being so freaking slow. Squirrel!
Si chiama, ci
Why are you so slow, Squirrel? I don't have time for this. Oh my goodness, Squirrel. That took long not because I suck, but because Squirrel took forever. Okay, anyway. I don't care about the cutscene. 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 Please go faster. 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 Okay. So now that we pause, I'm going to take a look at the map again and take a... Where am I? Where am I? Where am I? So if I am at Umu, which is somewhere on the freaking map. I made it here. How am I? Where am I? Okay, so I went down in the dirt mouth and then I went down that way and then I went down that way. Okay. So I'm right there. So I can go directly left down into Queen Station. Wait, no. Well, yeah, I could grab Queen Station. No, I don't need Queen Station, so I'll go directly down Queen Station. And then directly to the right, and then down, and then left. Hi, Coral! Are you kidding me? I'm just breaking everything in this place. I don't care about you, Grub. I'm sorry. Your life matters not to this speedrun. Not gonna fall for that stupid bank. Just gonna grab it. I want to grab it. Wait, there's a thing over here, isn't there? Okay. Why am I already at the beginning? That was probably a waste of time, actually, now that I think about it. It's fine. Wrong way. I'm going the wrong way. That is where I'm going. Wait. Okay, hang on. Let's look at the map again real quick. So I went... Actually, yes, I do need to go down. I just need to go to the right and then down and then left. Okay. was so quick. Wait, is there a... I just need to keep going this way. I think. No, did I go the wrong way at some point? Is there a way to go left from Sporstrom? It looks like there is. We're gonna make it to the... We're good. Ah, there it is. Ah, of course it moves me. There we go. Wait, what? No, where's the... There's supposed to be a way. Is it supposed... Ah! Oops. Okay, now... I need to go to the right to go down. I need to keep going down as far as I can. Oh, okay. I thought I made it, but that's fine. Oh, okay. That was a dead end. That's fine. We're ignoring Nosk. We don't need him. Wrong way. Oh, I thought that was the way. Okay, fine. That was not the way out. Alright, we're taking the stag out so I can save here. So I need to go left, and I need to make sure I go up, because otherwise I'm going to accidentally hit Nosk. Should we do a poll, actually? Here, let me pause this. Poll. Under 5 hours. Oh wait, no, a prediction. Wait, what's the, not the poll, not a, what's the thing where you get, is it the thing where you get points back? The thing where you get the points. The gamble? Prediction? Ah. Ah. There we go. I should have done this way earlier, but you know what? It's fine. I think this is the exit. Oh my goodness. We're gonna hit this 500 times. Woo! Hi there! Bye! At least I know we're going the right way. I don't like Deep Nest. It's, kind of scary. Oh, actually, I need to go up. Oh, hi there. Hi there, friend. Hi. This the right way? Nope, this is definitely not the right way. Oh! There's a lot of them. That is a lot of people! Okay, okay. No one got a vote. Oh shit. Where am I? I don't have a compass. What am I supposed to do when I don't have a compass? Leave me alone! No! No one believes in me. Oh, actually, I should do a poll, shouldn't I? Because we got... You guys probably don't even have channel points. I just realized that we have a lot of new people here. I'm gonna cancel it. How do I... Dismiss. How do I... Hang on, I'm gonna pause. How do I manage a prediction? Huh? I guess I have to wait until it, times out. Missed me. Oh! Missed me. That was awfully close. I'll do a poll. I'll end the prediction and then I'll do a poll. Because I'm sorry. I'm not very mindful. I'm not very demure. I'm very forgetful. Very chaotic. Okay, we're gonna have to get that on the way back. Where's this exit? Guess we're doing it this way. Blah, 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 blah. Are we done yet? I'm pressing the X buttons as fast as I can. There's a money rock this way. And unfortunately, that's not money. Never mind. That's a seal. I'm trapped. What is this? What is the point of this area? Nothing. But to distract me. It worked. Whoa! It worked. The distraction worked. I forgot that those things hit for 2. Alright. Still 2 hits. Look at those reflexes. Nope, we gotta go up. That much I know. As much as I don't know, I do know that we have to go up. What the? This way. Oh, I'm almost there. Oh, hi there. Or not. Not hi. I'd want to walk through you. Why can't I? Alright, I forgot to hit it. Oh, it hit me though. No, thank you. Okay, we're doing good. We're fine. Oh, fuck. No, we're not. God, I hate these things. Very nice. Got this! Go, 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 go. Lovely, very demure, very mindful. Anyways, anywho's, we don't have time. We don't have time. This is actually possible right now. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay. Now let me hang on. I always get lost in this area. So I think I just need to go left. It's not on the map. Anyway, they're all dead. Very good. I have enough money. Very good. Guys, we're doing it! That was the last streamer! Oh, I should actually end the prediction because I don't think anyone predicted. Hello? Can I not manage my own predictions? Excuse me? How do I end it? Hello? Okay, I ended it. Oh, actually, let's do that real quick. Wait, I don't need the map anymore because I know exactly what I need to do. I really hope I got some lurkers watching me do this because this is about to be so cool. This is about to be so cool, guys. We're about to do it. We're about to beat the game in under 5 hours. Yep, that's the charm build. That's the charm build! Hope y'all like it! Oh, it killed them. Neat. Really? That's just half a pixel too high? Whatever. Open sesame, motherfucker! I totally forgot that I originally planned to get Sharp Shadow. Or no, whatever. Nope, not that way. Here we go! Oh shit, I'm lagging. Oh, I can't do that. I think I'm gonna get hit. I think I'm in his frames. I think I'm in his frames. No. Oh, I don't. Okay. Oh, I don't have the. Shit. Oh, okay. Let me think. For just a second. I'm gonna pause this. To get Sharp Shadow, I have to first defeat Hornet 2. No, not worth it. I don't have time for that. Bro, I don't have time to fight you! Oh, keep going, timer. he landed on his head. Are you kidding me? Oh, wrong way. Are you seriously? No, he canceled my heal. Oh, that's so not fair. You shouldn't get your soul taken if your heal gets canceled by the enemy. Well, actually, I do need to fight him because I need to be able to have full capability. I've never fought him without the shadow. Oh, shit. I feel like I'm missing him. No, let's just keep going. What? Oh, it's backed into the corner. That's not fair. Oh my lord. Okay, I'm gonna look at the map real quick. Maybe we have to get the fucking sharp shadow. How far away is it? I have to get Keen's brand. And then Shade Cloak is all the way to the... Okay. The fastest way to get there. Spirit's Glade. Elevator. Did I unlock that elevator? King Station. I got King Station. Then I go down to the right. And then slightly up and to the right. Okay. I need this. Can't... I don't have the skills to do the Hollow Knight without fucking Shade Cloak. We just gotta try to be fast. Yep. Okay, we got this. Okay, I just need to double check on the map if this is the right spot. Yep. It's not enough. We still got time. Are you kidding me right now? I hate these fucking things. What? No, where the fuck am I? I went too far up. I was supposed to just go right. Alright. Now I go up. Okay, I 1000% pogoed him. I don't have time for this stupidity of me. Alright, now I know where I am. I need your help. I'm trying to save the world here. And it's not exactly going to plan. Oh my god, just let me fight you. Did she just parry me? I'm sorry. Did she just fucking parry me? Bitch, stop doing the same move. Oh my lord. Oh my lord. I hate her so much. I'm gonna purposely kill her when the second game comes out. Anyway. Silk Song. That was it. I couldn't remember it in my rage. I hate this game. All around your familiar faces. Wait, no, I didn't mean to go up, you dumb. I meant to grab the wall. Oh, okay, so it doesn't let you do that because it's a little... Anyway. Oh, she's not that part. And of course that killed me. Any hoozles. This terrain is not made for speedrunners. landing your fat ass on me. Imagine trying to do the shawless. Those runs are crazy. Oh my god. Oh. Hey. Okay. That's fine. Just watch and fuck. Not that. Or that. Oh, you fucking fake out. You went where I was going, not where I was? Yeah, okay. Yep, that's about all I can have equipped right now. Yep. Yep, this is my life now. Don't back away from me, you dumb fucking... Oh my god. No one likes you. No one's gonna buy Silk Song. You're just a little piece of shit. Shut up. Fucking dashed. Whatever. Oh, that pushes her back.
healed! Hospital healed me! Oh my goodness. I don't have time for you!
Garama! Hut Shaw! Ha! Hut! Hut! Ha! Hut Shaw! Shaw! Ha! 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 Hut Shaw! Ha! Shaw! Hut! Shaw! Ha! Egale! Hut Shaw! Hut Egale! Ha! 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 Hut Ha! Ha! Edina! Egale! Edina! Shaw! Ha! Hut! 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 Ha! Shaw! Ha! Ha! Hut! Ha!
I'm watching. I'm waiting. No!
Ha! 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 Shaw! Ha! Egale! Shaw!
Buried it. I definitely... I don't want to hear anything. I don't want to hear a single word about my charm build.
Garama! Edina! Ha! Hut! Edina! Ha! Hut Shaw! Edina! Ha! Hut Ega! Ha! 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 Hut Edina! Ha! Shaw! Ha! Hut! Hut! Ha! Egale! Shaw! Ha! Hut Edina! Ha! Hut! Ha! Hut! Shaw! Edina! Ha! Shaw! Shaw!
Yeah, that's gonna be better. Now I can smell like I feel. Disgusting. I tried to do the down. Are you kidding me? I don't have time for this. Boop. Thank you for the boops. Thank you. I appreciate the boops. Okay, I'm gonna try one more time. Wait, I don't think the shield is actually doing what I think it is. I thought it was gonna... That's probably the build to go with. All right. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? Okay. These stupid spikes are here. Oh my god.
Okay, one more try. That felt like it was close. That felt close. Oh, shit. Are you serious? We're done. 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 My heart can't take it.
Really? Oh boy, oh koya.
Bitch, just give me my thing.
Oh, ah,
Okay.
Okay, okay. Oh my good lord. What mode? I really... I got greedy. I got greedy. Whoa! I didn't get any soul. Hang on. I gotta look something up. Bitch, just tell me how much the Fragile Charms repairs cost, and don't tell me about the discount, because I literally cannot give a fuck. Okay. 280 and 480. Oh wait, no, the repairs is 160 and 280. So 160 plus 280 is 440. $440. Go sell some stuff real quick to Lim. Wait, let me look at which way is the fastest to get to him. Yeah, we'll go to King Station. That way's faster.
was high enough. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Shh. Lim! Get the fuck back in your shop!
Helmedelka.
Get the fuck back in your shop, you dumb shit.
Velmi Artred. Kachael Liasok. Velmi Artred. War's son? Gian. Velmi Artred. Velmi Artred. Oh, Paul.
Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Lim, I don't care. No! I hit the wrong button. I hit the wrong button! I'm gonna cry. That is not the button I meant to push. Where do I need to go? Okay. Oh, seriously? You're not gonna keep me going? Whatever. Whatever. Well, at least it drop canceled me. I'm just slowly dying on the inside. I don't know if you guys can tell. Can you guys tell that I'm dying on the inside? Okay, we got this. It's all fine. Everything's fine. Everything's wonderful. Everything is hunky-dory. Everything is amazing. Everything's great. Everything's amazing. Everything's great. Everything's great. Everything's great. Everything's great. Everything's fine. I just need to go to Salubra and get a couple more charm notches, and then we'll be hunky-dory. I should have done that first. It would have been faster. How did I hit it this time and not last time? I'm confused, because that was the exact same. And yet, nothing. can't be bothered. Would you look at that? They're dead. How wonderful. Good thing I healed. Yeah, that's fine. Not that way.
Really? Pomamututa. Oh, really?
I wonder if the other way is faster. Okay. No, not really. It's really not that much faster. See, didn't hit it that time. Wasn't timed right. Wasn't timed right. Hi. Those guys are rude. There we go. Hi, Salubra, my darling. I didn't start the timer again because I hate myself, apparently. Oh, it says it's at 4 hours and 4 minutes? Okay, well then we're ahead of time. Okay. Let me be. I don't care. I'm not having these charms break and having to go all the way around again. I'm not sorry. Whoa! Again, with the canceling. Oh my god. No. I know! It's going. It's going. It's doing something. It's a doing a thing, certainly. And 8 minutes? Okay, well, I guess we're ahead of schedule on my timer. Okay. Anyway, we got fragile charms on. We got fragile charms on. Are you kidding me? There were still... Oh my goodness. My thumb hurts, but we're so close. Why was I not healing? Oh my goodness! I feel like we're getting closer. Maybe, perhaps. We don't have as much time now. Oh my goodness. I don't really have time to show you my tail, but fine. Where's my tail button? Here's my tail. Here's my tail. 'Cause you wanna see the tail. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle. Tail, wiggle, wiggle.
Wiggle, 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 tail, wiggle, 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 tail. Tail, wiggle, 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 bouncy, 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 bouncy. Are you satisfied? I'm gonna drink some water. Unwind distraction. It was good. Tail was good. You did good. Okay, my knee's itchy. Let me just... Okay. Much better. Yes! Stab yourself! I think I've won! Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Stay far away and dodge. Ooh. No bounce! No bounce! Oh, he's still attacking me. Okay. My nose is itchy. Sorry, hang on. I'm just gonna... My adrenaline is a little bit high. I can feel my adrenaline. This is the farthest we've gotten. We have about 30 minutes left. Oh my god. Okay. We're good. We're good. Everything's fine. Thank you for the head pats. I appreciate him. Wow, that was rude of the thing with the yeah. I have enough geo to buy them back at the very least. I went the wrong way. Forgot that guy was there, but I still dodged. We put on the Defender's crest because he gives you a discount. He gives you a discount if you are wearing that. Anyway. This fucker. Yeah. That's not the run.
I suggest getting good. I'm sorry you already infinitely better than me.
I'm being bullied by chat right here, live on Twitch.tv. It force landed big.
I'm about to get hit. I can't avoid it. So I'm just gonna do this. I'm lightheaded now. I don't have enough money to get them both repaired. I guess we keep going. We keep trying until the timer goes out. All right, we got this. It's fine. I'm just gonna win this time for sure. Oh, my hair's bothering me. Hang on. Okay. Yay! Yay! I died! Yay! Yay! I died! Guys, I died! Yay! I did! I get to do it again! I get to play more of the game! I died again. I get to play more of the game, guys. Wow, that was rude. This game hates me. I want to see how much time I actually have. I got 7 more minutes than I actually think I do. Nice. I'll start the timer back up once we're in the room. Kept. Canceled my heal! It cheated! If a boss is the reason that you lost your soul, you should get it back! This Thinky is actually helping a lot, which is crazy. I don't have much time left though. I gotta be faster. But I need to focus, lock in. I jumped? Are you kidding me? I got hit by his stupid head. Real. Why is it not ending? Absorb, 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 absorb! Shaky for the win! Shaky for the win! Yeah, yeah! We had a whole extra 10 minutes! A whole extra 10 minutes! Achievement time. Where the fuck is my achievement? Hello? Wait, no. Where's my achievement? Hello? Do I have to get through the credits? I didn't get my achievement. What's going on? I beat the game. I beat the game. Give me my achievement. Hello? I don't have any mods or anything on, just in case. Complete the game in under 10 hours. Yeah, complete the game in under 5 hours. It doesn't say it has to be the true ending or anything like that. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Where's my achievement? Hello? Huh? It's gonna come at the end of the credits. It's gonna come at the end of the credits. It's trying to psych me out, maybe. We're just gonna ignore the fact that sealed siblings happened as soon as you won. Please, credits. We did it. I have it on stream to prove it. If I have to appeal to Steam, I will. Like, who do I have to talk to get my achievement? Because I did the thing! I have VOD evidence. Please give it to me. At the end of this. I don't give a fuck about the Kickstarters right now. Give me my goddamn 5-hour achievement. Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah, it was a great feat. It was a great feat. It was under 5 hours with not the proper set of tools. It was a great goddamn feat. Give me my achievement. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Oh, look. The playtime was actually only 40 minutes instead of 47. Guys, I'ma just say, I was about ready to fight literally everything. I already had that unlocked. Guys, I'ma just tell you, I was ready to have hands. I was ready to fight. I was ready to have problems. Oh my, I got two achievements. I got the 5-hour and I got the 10-hour one. And I am so done. I got them. I got them. for the follow. A trifecta, honestly. Let's do that. I'm gonna do a big old stretch. Ugh. Oh, that's better. Sitting up properly. Gonna drink some water. That was amazing. That was... I gotta go eat some dinner. I'm hungry. Wow, I didn't realize... I did not realize how hungry I was. Oh my goodness gracious me.
Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah. Wiggle, 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 yeah, yeah. Do the wiggle, man.
Yeah, we did it. Guys, we did it. We did it. Oh my goodness. This is such an achievement. This is such a big thing. We did the thing. We did the thing. It's amazing. We're gonna raid my friend Blue. We're gonna share the hype with her because she's amazing. Here's our follower raid message, and then here is our subscriber raid message. So make sure you get one of those. Yeah. Oh my gosh, we got so many people right now. That's crazy. Yay, we did it as a team. Yes, everybody participated because honestly, without you guys, I probably would have taken a break or given up at some point, but I'm like, nah, I gotta keep doing it for stream. So you guys, you are a big part of it too, because you guys help keep me motivated to keep on going, to keep on trying, even when I really want to just roll on the floor and cry and then turn into a sad burrito. And a sad burrito is basically when you're wrapped up in a blanket and you're just crying. So we did the thing. Awesome. If you're not in the Discord, you should join the Discord because we got awesome people, awesome information, just awesome everything in general. I forgot my stream schedule for this week. Oops. I'm gonna make sure to do it next week. I think I'm gonna do a new thing where I have it Monday to Sunday instead of Sunday to Saturday, because I never stream on Sundays and then I forget to make the schedule. So actually, yeah, that's better. Under 5 hours raid. I'm grabbing that because I'm grabbing it. I'm grabbing it. It's good. Bye, kisses. Mwah.